trade 0 DTEs. That'll age you very fast. Trust me.
Yeah. I know the other day I saw like 3 white hairs. I'm like, no, God,
No,
like, please, no.
it's the beginning of the end. Oh,
Mm.
just kidding. Just kidding.
Now, can we take a look at TE?
Yeah, of course. Oh, I like that one too. I've been looking to get involved. I want
Oh, really?
6. I want 6. I might not get it. Oh, it's ripping today. Did it give me 6? Oh no. Yeah. See, I have an alert set.
I
Didn't
would like,
quite get
I
there.
want to see a break 743
To get involved long or short?
long.
Okay, good. It's like, don't fade this. I love it. It's already gotten beat. So this is what's his name? Leopold off whatever his name. I can't say it. He's some AI super genius investor. Yada yada yada. Anyways, people care about his 13Fs. He bought a lot of this TE. TE. It is a I believe it's a photovoltaics play. So it's going to be solar, right? That's my understanding at least. I don't truly understand all of the details of why it in particular got the nod. I mostly care as a method of liquidity, or a function of liquidity. Like, I mean, if this is the name that everybody cares about in the space, it's the one I want to watch. Also watching some others like Solar Edge, SEDG, and Enphase as well. But generally, I like the chart. I think it's a big cup and handle. The big thing for me is this test of this chunky zone. Once it gets over 10, this thing can go crazy. Talking 20, 15, 30, 40. I don't know.
Holy shit.
Higher.
So,
I think it can go a lot higher.
well, the high is 1224.
It sure is. So that's my first trim target. No, my
Wait,
first
no,
trim
it's
target would be.
not.
Yeah, no, that's not the high at all. High is 17.
Damn.
I think it's got some room. I think it's got some room personally.
Mhm.
I like the look and I like this point of control that it is, it is flushing away, but it's holding where it needs to. Where it needs to are these weekly moving averages for me. I like the weekly close with this bottom wick over the yellow, the 21 week here. And if we can get over something important on the daily, I'd be inclined to take a little nibble. We are over the weekly, what do you call it here? Weekly trigger. So that's something, but we're still under the 50-day. So it's just a little ambiguous for me. One more thing I'd look at is I'd pull the range up on this thing and see, yeah, we're right at the equilibrium. So that is one thing. You get the 50% pullback of the range and you find buyers. That's a good spot somewhere in here. Like I said, kind of annoyed. I wanted just a little bit lower here. I had my alert set for 6, I think, off the 200-day. So yeah, interesting stuff. Leopold, as Adrian's mentioning, ex-chat GPT, his wife works in Gemini. So, you could say he knows a thing or two. He's been incredibly successful in his investments. So no shade there. I was shocked. I didn't know the guy until the 13F came out. And I felt very dumb by how everybody was telling me he was like the best trader ever. So
Who is this?
let me find his name. Leopold. Leopold Aschenbrenner. That's his name. This guy. He's got some cool hair.
He kind of looks like Lucas in a way. Maybe
A
it's
little
just
bit. Is that your short bear?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this guy's.
My secret crush.
Oh, your secret crush? Okay, I can see it. We'll talk him in just a second. But first off, we are going to switch on over to our earnings stream. So I believe I'll let you know if you have to do anything. I believe you just stay right here. You guys just stay right here, look pretty, and it'll switch on over for you. But I just wanted to let you guys know we're going to hop out real quick. I'm going to hop out and start that one there. Alejandra, you can come on in just a second as well. And yeah, we're going to have a lot of good stuff to talk about here. We're going to be getting into the earnings, Levi's earnings.
Wait.
And I don't know. That's all I got. So I'm going to be right back with that transition there.
We're not on the we're not on the earnings thing?
We are on the Power Hour one. We're on the Power Hour stream, just on our side and the producer side, So for them, I think it'll transfer right on over from one stream to another. Ayush, if that's not true, let me know and I can forward that to the crowd. But should be good to go. I just need to hop on out and get that going. So I'll be back in just a second.
Right? Or do I stay here and look pretty?
How about you hold down the fort for like 30 seconds to a minute, and then it should be totally safe to come on over. Sound good?
Okay.
Awesome. All right. Don't do anything I wouldn't do while I'm gone.
No party.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely not the boss. I don't think I'm the responsible party here either. So you'll come over here. We'll both party. How about that? See you in a second.
Fine. He didn't put my chart up. Let me see if I can pull it up. Unless I don't think I have the power. No, I don't have the power. Guys, take a look at gold on the 15-minute time frame. I would like to see if we can get a.
Well, howdy, neighbors. We're back. Long time no see. Still Steve. Still Power Hour. We're going to be transitioning into our earnings report, though. So we got some good stuff for you. We're going to be talking Levi's primarily. Got another one, too, but really it's about Levi's. We're talking jeans. We're talking denim. Do they have the juice? Well, we're going to get into it in just a second here. Just a second. So I'll give you all a minute to settle on in. Come on in now. We got some good stuff ahead. And, I did lose the comments from the previous thread. So, guys, if I didn't answer your question, ask me again. Give me that engagement. I'm engagement farming you. We lost that girl, Pops Mafia. That girl will be back in just a second here. Talk mentioning the Bloom news for Bloom Energy. Bloom relies on China for scandium. You know that, what's that from All That? Where it's like, the gift where it's like, yeah, I know some of those words. I know all those words except for scandium. That sounds like a scamdium. I don't know if that's real. Is scandium a real thing? Somebody make sure he's not punking me there, gaslighting me. So, assuming scandium is some rare earth element or something, I don't even know. Interesting. I need to learn more about this before I really talk about it. What I do know is that Bloom, I called this out ever since I got stopped out. So, I'm no genius, but I just recognized, hey, I was wrong. And I stopped out, thankfully, a lot higher. I should have just blind flipped short there on the looseness of this price action after it spiked to my key zone. I sold a third there, came on down the next day really harsh, back to my break even, sold a third there, then got washed out for the last third on the next day, somewhere, I don't know, 290-ish. Anyways, fallen off a cliff here a little bit, still within a broader megaphone pattern, but short report, not helping it. Not helping it. And what I think matters more is these AI leaders, they go down hard when they crack. And even in this distribution phase, you're still seeing, oh, geez, it's a 25% drawdown. Feels really bad for Bloom Energy bulls here. Yet we're still in the range. So we'll see if they hold. We'll see if they undercut and reclaim, maybe off this weekly trigger. Maybe they need to go back and fill this gap. I would love to buy some Bloom Energy at 175 or so. Make my day, make my year, please. I would love to buy it off this 200 day. The leading company in AI infrastructure, in power solutions and energy solutions for these data centers, the leading one down at the 200 day. I'd love that. So I want them to hammer this thing. What goes up must come down. Not always, not all the way down, but you get these big volatile moves, especially towards the end of these leaders. So I would love to start accumulating much lower. We'll see if we get it. Definitely something to watch here. Similar price action to, well, honestly, like Micron, but it's catching nicely today. So what I will say, I don't think these trades are done, but I think they might need to rest. What I would love to see is the head and shoulders play out off this 50-day. They try to pop it again, gets up to here somewhere, then maybe we get the big washout. That'd be so great. I doubt we do. I doubt it ever gets back to 400, but hey, maybe. I don't know. Either way, I'm going to be playing it both ways. We took the short down, closed it into DRAM's 50-day moving average. I was kicking myself. I missed it right out of the gate. That was an excellent long there. Gave a really nice couple dollar move in just a few minutes. Amazing move there on DRAM off their 50-day. And I think these trends continue, at least for now. And then we'll see how tough they are when they get up to this node here. Then we can decide. All right, I'm assuming Alejandro will come in soon, but I'm going to start pretty soon in a second anyway. Tyler in the house. What's up, brother? How you doing? Adrian bought TE today. Okay, I'll look to follow tomorrow probably if we get a little pullback. Smoked tuna in the house. Good to see you, man. Bonjour, yourself. Scandium can heat, I see. Okay, rare earth metal. Good to know. Good to know. Pythagoras mentioning, by the way, so many things to talk about, but he put this on my radar. SRXH. This was a little bit of a potential squeezer. Let's check in on it. See how it's doing. Definitely near the high of the day. So great call. Sorry I missed this, guys, because it is cooking. And Pythagoras made a great call here. Apologies for not getting you guys involved in under the $2 handle. But let's talk about it here. See if it's got room. Great call there, man. So much to talk about. But the great news is we'll get a squeeze just about every day in this market. So many great trades happening all around the horn. What we're looking for here, this was a crazy washout. We'll have to figure out the news, but look at them ferociously buying this dip. Let's zoom on out, make sure we got the full volume history. Look at that. That's a chunky level there in the volume profile. So as long as it holds over 216, I'd love a back test at 216 perhaps to get involved. Let's zoom in and find that spot a little bit more honed in. Honestly, this does look like a squeeze, and I would expect it to hold its ribbon here. See how every time it got the yellow, it's been a buy, or even the blue has really been a buy. Let's see if it continues that. We got high volume here coming in. The 250 is a round number. Let's see if this is the end of the move or if it catches again. So far is respecting it, but we got to wait for the candle closes. Still a full 52 seconds for this thing to potentially flush or put a big bottom wick in. We will keep an eye on this one going forward. But lots of stuff to talk about here for sure. Hey, Nazara, good to see you. Good to see you. Got some new faces in the chat. Love to see it. Do people still wear Levi's? Pops Mafia asks. I got a pair. I got a pair. I don't too much, but I think this is a question for our fashion expert, Alejandra. Do people still wear Levi's?
Good question. I don't know. I haven't seen anybody wear Levi's, but they're a really good brand.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I thought you were the fashion expert. Maybe I misspoke. But at least you
Definitely
like them.
not a fashion expert for
No.
sure.
Okay. I stand corrected. You know, maybe maybe I spoke too soon there. You look fashionable to me. What I'm seeing on
Thank you.
Levi's. Well, let's go full screen. Pull it on the main monitor here. What I'm seeing on Levi's is a little interesting here. So got some high volume recently. Let's check that out on a higher time frame.
Wait, so they're reporting after market?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. 5 minutes after market, I do believe. Let me double check on that. 10 minutes after market. So we have a few minutes to talk about it here. I'm going to get into the presentation in just a couple seconds here. But real quick, super old path here. Just doodling, just having fun with it. But it seems like it's kind of playing out. Ideally, we were looking for this kind of jaggedness to push up off of this trend line a little bit sooner. But hey, I like the push up, the undercut, the reclaim, and now seeming to grind on up. This to me looks like it's moving away from this big volume shelf at 20 to 22 and looks like it wants to keep on trucking up to new highs. So that's what I'd love to see. Question is, do people still wear Levi's? We're going to talk about it.
I saw a comment. Smoke tuna. Did you delete your comment? No, he goes. Levi's needs to make some tight pants for girls. I bet they do.
Smoke tuna. He's not. You're not digging the baggy jeans trend. I'm loving it. It's it's a throwback. I remember in middle school. I remember baggy jeans went out of style. I remember tight jeans were the cool thing, and I was like, I don't know how I feel about it. It took me like a year or two to warm up. Next thing you know, I was in the skater jeans too, the skinnies. Now I can't even look at old pictures. I'm like, how did we do it? It's so interesting how fashion's so cyclical. Now I'm rocking, I would have gotten roasted for wearing bell bottoms in middle school, the jeans I'm wearing now, Yeah, that's what's in. Who's to say? It's all arbitrary, right? So what I care about on Levi's is the numbers. I'm a numbers guy, Alejandra. I care about them numbers, so we can talk about that.
Yeah, but sometimes even with good numbers, it's dumb. So it's really a gamble,
Well, you see, charts have numbers in them too. So I need the fundamental numbers. I also need the chart to look good. That's my my cope.
It's pretty bullish right now. It's holding this nice uptrend on a weekly time frame. So I'm thinking that we pull back maybe to I don't know, 24, 22 maybe, and then push all the way to 28. I'll gamble it.
We'll gamble it?
Mm-hmm.
are you gonna trade this live for us?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. I'm excited. I'm excited. So
Do it.
we got some Levi stock predictions. Come on in. Take your bet. Make your bet. Place your bet. What am I trying to say? Figure out where you think we're going to close Levi's stock today. And you know what? If you get the closest, you get a challenge account. I believe
Oh,
definitely at least a 5K account. We got something for you. That's for sure. 25K? Did I hear?
where's
Ooh,
Josh?
okay. So bear with me here. Where is Josh? I don't know. I don't know where he is. He's got apparently he's got something better to do. He might be on after hours. Either way, we'll get him when we get him. We'll hear a vuvuzela in our ear, and the next thing you know, we'll be
We'll hear a bunch
all
of doorbell rings.
all caffeinated. Absolutely.
Oh
Oh
gosh.
man.
More?
Seeing a lot of love in the comments, by the way. Thank you, Nazara. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Stick around. We will have some giveaways. Be sure you click that link and take your shot at where you think Levi's will settle up when we end our stream in 2 hours, I believe, when the call starts. I believe that's correct.
Oh, never mind. I have to go get my lashes done, so I can't stay that long.
Oh, well then. All right. Our fashion expert has somewhere to be, but I'll hold it down. Don't worry, guys. Nvidia's still cooking here. As Christian is mentioning, what a trade. He has been all over this. He said his calls were up 1,000%. Seems like they've got to be up more at this point. Absolutely crazy
No,
move.
he
Spiking
sold,
into
I
the
think.
205.
I
Was that
think he
now?
sold.
Yeah, I would have. I would have sold 800% ago. Jeez.
All right.
Amazing trade
There
there.
we go.
And
Hold
as
on,
we
guys.
hit
Hold
our
on.
bullish targets there, beautiful price action, finding sellers. Pack it up, guys. If you're still in it, and it's an intraday contract or a weekly contract, probably time to get down to runners that you're fine gambling on a swing or something. Definitely lock into these targets. Good stuff
Nisa,
there.
she's saying good night. Where are you from? Have a good night's sleep. I'm about to get my day started after
Yeah, I
this.
know, right? Yeah, us West Coasters here. Well, we've been up a while too. I don't know about you, Alejandra. Yeah, I do know
Well,
about you. You were up earlier than me for the
yeah.
stream.
No, I was up at 5 to stream, yeah.
Brutal,
But
brutal, brutal.
to go into the real world.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know much about out there. I don't get out much, but
Oh,
no,
damn.
no. Oh, looking forward to having some more weekends. To, just be a person, get the work-life balance. But there's so much opportunity in the market right now that I'm just glued to the screen. So speaking of, I think it's time to get on
Mhm.
into that report. So almost catching up on the comments here.
I'm in the
NVIS
best part of
just
the world.
exploded apparently.
Where to Smoke Tuna, where are you?
Smoking. Look at that. All right. Almost 23 bucks in the money from his buy today. Congratulations, Adrian.
Ooh.
Excellent pickup there. Right under that 200. Seems like it was just easy money there. Love it, love it, love it.
Hi,
Okay.
Christian.
Retest 203 and then gap. I love it. Pull it back to
Christian, are you
203
gonna
and I
go
might
back
get involved
in?
tomorrow.
Wait, for what? NVIDIA?
Yeah, he's talking NVIDIA.
Mm. Hmm.
South of France in the house. Represent.
Oh, wow.
Awesome. Okay. Let
Beautiful.
me pull up this report here. Sorry.
I think NVIDIA still has room to 208 for the gap fill.
Absolutely. Just not today in my book. Just not today.
Oh,
I think it's
well,
I
yeah,
think
we have
it's
15
it's
minutes.
15 minutes and it's already like achieved the target. It's like mission accomplished. It's George Bush on the aircraft carrier saying, "We got him, boys. We did the thing. We hit the ATR target. Now it can chill a little. I'd love to see that 203 like he's talking about there, maybe even a little deeper to 201 or so, and then we can get involved there." But I'm just yapping while I find my
Well, gold
report
is
for
giving
y'all.
me a pullback that I wanted, but I don't know if I want to enter long.
When
I
it's
want to
time to
see if
buy, you
gold.
won't want to. Me either. Let's
Well,
take a look.
only because we have 15 minutes until market close, and then I'm not about to swing it because
Yeah.
I won't be able to look at the charts getting my lashes done. Wait, actually,
Yeah.
I'm wondering if I could swing on a live account. No, I know I can. I mean,
Yeah.
that was a question.
Follow your heart. That's what I'll say. Tyler Smith calling it IBM. I'm not going to look because I know it's going the right direction. We're in from, I forget where, but we can talk about that in a sec too. But I want to get into this report real quick. By the way, Nisar, we are going to give away an account. Tomorrow we will. We got the challenge live right now. You have a chance to win and enter right now. Be
Hmm.
sure to do that and tune in tomorrow to
I
see if you won or
actually,
not.
I actually do wonder if AMP allows me to manage my position after market close. That's what I meant to say.
I couldn't tell you, but I know Trader Evolution, our platform with Trade the Pool, sure does. So there you go.
Okay.
We're gonna get on into it. Sorry, guys, I'm floundering around trying to find which folder I saved this report to. We're gonna get there, I promise. There it is. Now we're cooking. It's funny. So we have two tickers today, Levi and AZZ. So one matters a lot more than the other, but I think there are other ones worth talking about too. We're gonna get into it. Let's see if this works. Beautiful. Let's see if this works. Awesome. So let me just divide this up so we can see the chart while we go, and then we're going to get into it. Let's see if this works. Beautiful. Let's see if this works. Awesome. And AZ this report too. We're going to get there, I promise. There it is. Now we're cooking. We're going to get on in evolution.
Position after market close. That's what I meant to manage my position. I actually do wonder if AMP allows me to manage my position after market. I actually do wonder if AMP allows me to manage my position after market close. That's what I meant to say.
I couldn't tell you, but I know Trader Evolution, our platform with Trade the Pool, sure does. So there you go. We're going to get on into it. Sorry, guys, I'm floundering around trying to find which folder I saved this report to. We're going to get there, I promise. There it is. Now we're cooking. It's funny. So we have two tickers today, Levi and AZZ. So one matters a lot more than the other, but I think there are other ones worth talking about too. We're going to get into it. Let's see if this works. Beautiful. Let's see if this works. Awesome. So let me just divide this up so we can see the chart while we go, and then we'll be good to talk here. So let's get into it. We got about 14 minutes till the close. So we're going to power through this here and see what we can see. I'm going to pull up Levi's here. We'll get some intraday levels. We got the higher time frame levels here. Intraday levels, essentially what I'd like to see is the gap from pre-market fill first up to 2470. A little bit of shake and bake here. Nice volume at the end of the day. We want to see that continue and kind of push us up over this bear pivot here. We want to see it over 24.4 to really open the door higher in my book. I think that on the hourly, this is a nice little flag consolidation into the daily trigger where we touched base and found a buyer. I'd like to see that hold. I'd like to see this daily grind up, be very constructive, and see this just be a little pressure release back into the moving averages that matter, into that low time frame point of control before we push higher into the earnings. Let's get into some numbers for y'all. First off, Levi's. They're the one that we're watching. They said opposite ends of the market, Levi's and AZZ. But let's just focus on Levi's now. We'll see if we have time for the AZZ. That's a galvanizing and metal coatings company. Not quite as exciting. So Levi's is trading at $24.38 going into the print here. It's a little bit soft today, like we mentioned, a little bit weak. Trying to make that back, but like I said, there's a gap overhead. It's worth noticing, but it's nothing to panic about. The stock's just leaking a little into the report, and that could be, could be pretty constructive. I think the report on paper does look constructive. So the market's already a little bit cautious, but I think that's just kind of de-risking into the print, like we talked about. And I want to figure out why before the numbers land, but that's kind of just my first inclination here. So here's how I want to frame it. Let's talk about it. Here's how I want to frame it. Levi's is a company that's beaten EPS every single quarter for 2 years running with an average surprise north of 20%. So it's not a stock that you bet against on the print itself. The whole game here is going to be guidance and it's going to be margins. So it's not about the penny, That's how I want to frame it first off. Next off, let's talk about the consensus and these implied moves. So the bar here is that the street is looking for 24 cents a share on revenue of $1.52 billion. So that EPS number is up about 9% year over year. Revenue's up a little under 5%, and this is not going to be a hyper growth story here. It's more like a steady mid single digit top line with the earnings leverage coming from the margin and the mix. So, the reason why I don't lose sleep over that headline number, like I said, Levi's has cleared the EPS bar 100% of the time over the last 8 quarters. That's a good track record there. So last quarter, they put up 42 cents against expectations and beat by 14%, nearly 14%. So if they come in at, say, I don't know, 26 or 27 cents tonight, nobody should be shocked, and the stock may not even really reward it. So just be careful not to just slap ask just because you see a big beat, right? That's the first thing we need to talk about. It's tricky because some names, that's all it takes to really get them moving. Penguin, for example, they really got cooking off that beat. Of course, the guidance was amazing, and that was a big driver too, but the numbers were very impressive right off the rip, and you saw the market reward that. So real quick, I'm going to bounce over to my UPS because I'm seeing an alert go off, hopefully to the upside. Perfect. This is what we wanted to see, this higher low. We got in off of well, I'll be honest. First I thought it was going to hold 110.50. So I got one contract here. I added one when it checked in with the higher time frame zone down here and held this low. Put a nice higher low bottom there. So I have a couple contracts of August 120 calls at roughly $2. I followed flow. There's some big bulls Either in direction. That's plus or minus $2. So
looking
at our current place, currently sitting at $24.50, $2 to the upside, $26.50 is probably where we're looking to target. If we go to a daily or weekly chart, $26.50 is knocking on that door.
Oh no! Who wears Levi's? I wear Levi's, baby. That's right. Come on, check it out. Come on. Who wears Levi's?
Love it.
I've got some Levi's jeans. My wife has some Levi's jeans, and guess what? Her legs and that tush, that derriere looks magnifianto, canto, manto, mito, panto. I don't know. Anyway, magnifico, I think is actually the word I should be saying there. Actually, right, Alejandro. Anyway, it's beautiful. Jeans are jeans. I think I've moved past that. Even I think to me, right around 2000s when the jeans really blew up. You had your Luckies, you had your Jinkos, you had all these different brands that were coming out of the woodworks there. If I had to pick back overall my day, Luckies were my favorite. They were always really soft on the inside. I will say they didn't usually last as long as a good pair of Levi's, unfortunately, because Levi's are thicker, they're more durable. But Luckies and on the little zipper it said Lucky You on there. The different on the back where you that little patch that has the name brand would be different. They always had different colors. I don't know. Just Luckies were my thing back in the day. That was my jam.
I see. Yeah, I remember these now. I had to give it up for the Jinkos though. Oh my goodness, what a look! You ever think back collectively, like we were all just in like the blunder years? You know, It's like what were we doing here? Honestly though, as I look at this, kind of a sick look. This guy's owning it too.
Yeah, exactly.
I can totally see Josh wearing this for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, we gotta. Hey, art department, please give me a Photoshop of Josh in this outfit right here.
Come on, AUS, get me in that gear right now. Yeah, I had that skater. I had the skater look for a while. I'd say I had the bowl cut, the mid '90s to early or late '90s. I had it for a few years, but then when I cut it off, I still had kind of like I'll call it the Caesar hair, the Caesar cut, right? So it was shorter and like all kind of down, but still kind of, that was the thing. Some days I could wear the skater stuff, and then some days I wore the preppy stuff. I don't know. It's kind of like my music. I was all over the place in the stuff I wore because there was just, but that to me were jeans. It was like, I didn't have a set jean. It wasn't like I have to have these jeans, So I think there are still name brands that hold up and hold value. And to me, Levi, because even Avery says that, I mean, that's one she goes back to because of how long they last. And that's the last time we went and got jeans. That's the last 2 or 3 pairs she's gotten actually were Levi's.
Love it. Well, I mean, think about what got people, to like, what was the propaganda we used against Soviet Russia? Like, like so the USSR, we were like, guys, I know you got healthcare. I know yada, yada, blah, blah, blah. But do you have Coca-Cola? Do you have Levi's jeans? Yeah. And you know what? That's a pretty big selling point. You know what?
Do you have
what's more American than Levi's jeans?
Do you have Marlboro cigarettes?
Oh, sign me up.
Camel cigarettes. You're going to be the camel man, or what? No, the camel. Yeah, what was the Marlboro man? There you go.
That was a Marlboro man.
Wearing some cowboy hat, some boots, and some Levi jeans, smoking a good old Marlboro. Yeah, that's definitely American right there. How fast can I kill myself? Essentially, how you doing, Nishara? How we doing? Pythagoras, Tack, Snowman, the usual run of the mill. My handsome and beautiful people out there. How are we doing? I think today a little bit of a slower earnings with Levi. We're gonna get really back into it. We're not too far away from getting back into the big dogs. You ready to start covering the big dogs again, Steve?
Oh, I can't wait.
Um,
Banks are going to be amazing. We're going to just every day, we're going to have big numbers, not just important for the market, but big numbers in the chat, guys. I know you guys are hungry for some big earnings prints. I can't wait. It's my favorite part of my job, honestly. I'm learning so much with each print, sharing a little bit with you, and most importantly, we're trading these.
What about your Friday webinars that we're getting back to Friday, mister?
I love it all, Josh. Come on. Give me more. Give me more. I love it.
Well,
So, yeah, we're going to be rocking and rolling on how to read an earnings report this Friday. So, that's going to be the first one. I know. The people had spoken. They wanted to know how to pass a challenge account. That's next week. But we had to squeeze this in just in time for these big earnings because the bank earnings are going to matter a lot for the market. And if you're not ready, you might get swept away in the tide. So we got to make sure you know how to read these things. Going to do my best to help you out. I am a trader at heart. I'm a technical trader at heart. So I love eating crayons. So this is a reform for me. They're trying to rehabilitate me here at Trade the Pool. I'm almost there. With your help, I've started to understand the importance of fundamentals. So with that backbone to our trades, we're just going to be doing a lot better and improving our consistency rate. So we got more to talk about here. Josh, you ready? Can I get back on into this real quick?
Get it.
Awesome.
MQ is finally breaking out of this and pushing to the next zone, which I have is 29,527. I missed it. I mean, I don't like to trade breakouts anyway. And we have 3 minutes till market close, so.
Oh, we're so
3 missed trades today. Whatever.
Go ahead.
I was about to get into some High School Musical there because this thing is breaking free, baby. I love it. Oh, look at that expansion on the volume.
Oh, man. Tag brings up a good one. Remember the old school SP, the Tanger outlets, the mall. That was the thing when you kind of got to those, the Nike outlet or the Levi would have that store in there. I remember Lee jeans from back in the day. The Starter had an outlet store. I remember when I can go through the list, but that also. Yeah,
Josh, we get it. You're old. No, I'm kidding.
Right? Yeah.
There's a lot of overlap. No, I remember a lot of those.
At least we'll get to say I remember the time when there were mall walkers, and you're like, "What's a mall walker? That sounds like a zombie." Kind of is that you see a bunch of old ladies, usually, no offense, ladies, but usually the elderly ladies would like to walk the mall, and they would just be. And you knew that they weren't there to shop, that they were truly there just to get a good, nice. It's July. Hey, it's July the 8th. It's 117 degrees out in Dallas. Ain't no way they're going to walk outside. They're freaking 97 years old. Where better to go? Let's take a trip to the mall and get some laps in.
You know what? Honestly, good for them. That's a great way to get exercise. I would be inside for sure. I gotta power through real quick, guys. I want to talk just this SPX because it's so beautiful. We're getting the cup and handle push off here, just like we were looking for. I want to talk my swings too. Look at the beautiful ramping up, trying to make this a double bottom here on UPS. But we got to get into Levi's first. We can talk other stuff after. Levi's here. Let's set the bar, guys. What's moving this stock? So the first thing that we were talking about was the forward year guidance. Let me find what I was talking about.
I tricked you there. I brought up the mall walkers, and everyone remembers them. Y'all saw them. You know who I'm talking about.
I know exactly. That's burned an image in my brain. That's all I can think about now. What actually moves us are three things. Here we are. So whether they raise the full year guide, that's the first. What happens to gross margin under the tariff regime? And how the direct-to-consumer business is actually trending. So these three numbers are what I want you to hold in your head and look for on this print as we break it down, as we get it, because everything tonight routes back to them. So the first things first.
Don't be teasing me.
My goodness.
Don't be teasing me.
I am teasing myself here. Every time I loaded my script as a PDF and not a usual thing, so it keeps jumping all over the place every time I move my mouse. I know nobody else cares about that, but I'm struggling here, guys.
And
bear with me.
Pythagoras, we'll get into SoFi in a minute. We'll get into SoFi for sure.
There's the bell, guys. There's the bell. Pencils down. Pencils down. Levi strong right out of the gates after the bell. Let's keep watching. It's looking like we're going to try to front run this thing. It can be spooky, though, guys. It can be spooky, but if we do get a big print in that forward year guidance that we expect, then I do think that this is potentially a mover through 25 and getting really explosive into the 26, 26.50. That is our measured move. So the options market pricing that big move that we're talking about, plus or minus a bit over 9% on the straddle. So like I said, $2.25 there. It is priced off the July 16th expiry, so it's not the tightest weekly. You know, they don't have weeklies on Levi, thankfully, but still expecting that 9% move in the next week by that Friday. So, we need to talk about the bull case and the bear case. Just really quickly to sum it up, tie a nice little bow on this. Here is the bull case. They beat the penny, the penny guy, the numbers. They beat the actual numbers again, like they always do. Nobody should be surprised. They have 8 quarters in a row. What we really care about for this bull case is they reaffirm or nudge up their full year guide. We want to hear them say that tariffs were fully mitigated. We want to basically see they have a new little segment here too, Beyond Yoga. That's been ripping. We want to see that growth continuing in the Beyond Yoga department. That's news to me. I guess Lulu, they're gunning for Lulu there. So we got tight jeans and tight tights. I'm in.
Hey, speaking of jeans, we got someone working in the background there. Look at Steve the Achieve. That's right there. He is rocking that. Look at Steve.
Let's go.
Dude,
Look at that. I didn't know that was actually him in the picture. That was actually him. We found the link. Hey, you
the bucket hat.
Bro.
That's my new profile picture. Send that my way. You were trying to clown, but I like it.
I mean,
that's so
hey,
funny.
the one thing, you kind of look like an Inspector and Gadget's pimp brother. You're like, yo, Inspector and Gadget, man, you ain't doing things right. Come check out Steve Achieve. I'm an inspector for life.
Oh no! Oh no! I've got my hat is gonna have like different gadgets, but it's just like a big cane with a diamond on top, or like a very multicolored, I don't know, coat or something. Anyways, we're getting off topic here. That is hilarious. Guys, is this thing on? I asked for Josh in that outfit, doing me dirty. Whatever. Full case. I
want to see Josh in that outfit. But to be honest, though, Steve, you look good.
Yeah. Steve was rocking.
Thank you, I guess. That feels like a kind of, I'm not sure. Guys, we're at work. Come on, let me get through this real quick. A bull case for y'all. Sorry. We need the yoga section to keep doing well. Basically, we need to see that growth in there. There you go. Josh sent me the picture. Perfect. In that world, the soft top line is just the distribution center timing. The market's going to re-rate the story, and you're going to be looking at a move back up towards the higher 20s. We're talking 26, 27, 28, 29. Give me the 30. That's what I'd really like to see. The implied range puts the upside around 26.5, looking a week out. So maybe we expect 25, 26 tops today. Somewhere in there seems reasonable to me. You can see my bullish targets just from the cam pivots alone sitting at that 25. I would expect that at least if we get the bull case. If we get the bear case, it'll look something like this. The shipment shift might make let me restart that. If the shipment shift makes Q2 look genuinely weak, then we might see some of this kind of bullishness start to unwind. We might see, we could see tariff mitigation showing a crack. I'm not anticipating this, but if they are seeing some residual effects there, they didn't get it fully under control, then it could be tough on the bottom line here. FX, let's see. What the heck am I trying to say? I don't know. We're going to go past that, just power right on through and talk about gross margin. We really want to see bears want to see a lower guide down. That's the real risk. Bulls want to just see that guide higher, like we're talking about. The real risk here, I do believe, is going to be any kind of tariff mitigation that is not really playing out. But let's find out what we get on this actual print. So far, just a few top wicks, nothing really to write home about, but we do got 6 minutes for this to settle. So that's what I needed to get through there. We could talk AZZ. It's really not that exciting. I'm not expecting a big move after hours so much as tomorrow in the cash session. So maybe we can wait until after the festivities of the print itself on Levi. But I do have this teed up just in case we need some more content in the house. That's what we got report side here. How are we looking, guys? Let me check in on the comments.
SoFi, just from earlier, make sure we go back to that. We did have one more question. Thoughts on SoFi with the crypto transfer, only bank that convert. The only bank that can convert, et cetera, or crypto to fiat, correct? So I guess they're the first bank to be able to convert crypto. I have not heard of that.
I don't know. What I do know is I tried to play the breakout. I took like 30% on an intraday call, and then it failed to make this new high, and I got out. at 19.
Okay.
So that was it wasn't what I really wanted to see. I'm not expected to see this pullback. I don't know if I'm quite ready to get involved with it again, just because there are better names in the fintech space that I like a little bit more. One that I picked up some shares with that seemed to be working decently. Okay, never mind. I'm back to break even, but I still like the stock. PayPal. I think PayPal is actually very interesting here from a technical setup, and I think that we're shifting into the unlovables. All of these names that could not get a bid to save their life. I mean, look what's the best performer today in the large caps, at least. Nvidia. That's new. PayPal. This thing has been beaten down for so long. I can't tell you how frustrating this stock has been to watch. The PE just keeps going lower and lower and lower to the point where it's like, where the heck's the bottom of this thing? We finally thought it put a bottom in, failed horrifically at the 200-day, and now it's 50% lower from that bottom up at 70. Is it finally time for these names to start getting some love? I think so. So I'm looking at fintech. I'm looking at what else? What else am I looking at? Software as a service, IGV. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. A little red today. I think today was a buy op on IGV. Didn't get the super explosive here, but this pullback, we're finding buyers much closer to this 200-day as opposed to this, where we had to wash out pretty severely and overshoot before that. So big loose moves. Now we're tightening up. That's what you need to see to start turning this corner. Someday, I think this will be a nice higher low cup and handle type basing pattern, and we can see that it's acting decently, at the very least so far, off of this major prior high. So that's what I got for you there in those departments. Talk also mentioning another area I almost talked about, a firm with the buy now, pay later story. These names were unloved for quite a while. Now they're starting to look like real good stocks again, real good charts again. One more for you. Talk. I don't know if you know about this one. We haven't talked about it. This is very interesting to me. Porch, PRCH. So they're vertically integrated. What's that?
I said,
you know, Porch.
Preach.
Yeah,
Preach.
Yeah, it does look like preach. So I'm preaching the porch right now. I'm on your porch preaching the gospel. I'm banging on your door. Please let me in. Please let us get over this 20 handle, because if so, this is a beautiful cup and handle that I think could be absolutely explosive. It's saying all the right things narrative-wise if we do get a market that seems to believe that we're getting rate cuts. So if the CPI comes out beneficial for that narrative, for the cut narrative as opposed to the hike narrative, well, you know, you might see this section pop because, well, it's vertically integrated software as a service, which just started selling a very high margin subscription, essentially. They also have a ton of housing data, and I believe they do housing insurance too. So, I mean, rate cut city, right? This is like where money will go to if we do get that narrative. Not saying we do, but when you have a chart this pretty, I got to put it on your radar. I'm yapping. We got 2 minutes till the print.
Yep. And that's the question that Michael asked in there. Coming up, Michael, here at 10 after.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna head out, and I'll let you guys do your thing. I gotta walk my dog before my appointment, so I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Have a good rest of your day.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Oh, we don't want to ring the doorbell one more time for Raleigh?
No. Bye.
Right as she leaves the house, that poor dog. Yeah. All right.
We ring the doorbell when you come in, when you leave. Don't forget to hit the doorbell on your way out. That'd be like my house. It'd be like, okay. If I tell people that, don't forget hit the doorbell on the way out. Yeah. So we got that Steve, or I should say Michael's. Got that Steve. Let's see, Hella beat. See on
Hella. Oh, Helen of Troy, right?
Yeah.
I saw that. We can take a look at that, but I don't want to miss this print. So I'm going to keep us on screen here. We'll talk Helen later. We'll talk, not the movie, not the man. There's a lot of controversy about that. What's up?
Yeah, that's some controversy. I love Christopher Nolan, but I'm not seeing the Odyssey. I just don't know what's going on there. It's just not. I don't know. It's just not my cup of tea.
I like Nolan. I'll give it a shot.
Okay, you let me.
Maybe that makes me the woke Illuminati or whatever. I don't really care. I just want cool movies. Give me some rad action scenes and I'm in. I'm basically, Josh, I'm just trying to chase the dragon of the original Gladiator. You remember how great that was? That was such a banger. I'm still looking for my Gladiator 2. Yeah. Gladiator 2, it didn't do it for me. Oh, we got the print. Levi's first move down. Tagging our daily trigger. 2377 transacted. Big wick up so far. Testing lower. Let's find some numbers for y'all.
They're coming.
I thought we were going up. What's going on? Let's find out.
They're all coming out on my side. They're dropping like it's hot. Drop it. They just keep on coming.
dropping like it's hot. This is an interesting area if the numbers aren't bad, but again, we don't even care about the actual print so much as the guidance. So maybe it's getting punished by algorithms and it shouldn't. Maybe the algos are dumb. I don't think they are, but sometimes they are. So we'll have to find out. I'm looking for them numbers right now, but so far 2340 is the print and not seeing life. I'm going to switch to an hourly chart briefly just to give you some perspective of where we're at. Okay, we are seeing the 2377 trying to hold. It's a wide spread, 2361 to $24. So
Beat.
these 2377s,
we got double beats. Double beats.
Okay, so remember, the actual double beat isn't what we really care about, but it is important to note, just simply from the fact that, hey, it's not bad in that regard. What would hurt it is, like I said, those potential tariff effects or potential margin tightening or a lack of growth in that new growth division. So far, not seeing too much to. Let me look for some more color here before I start yapping.
You're good. I'll look back. Michael says take a look at Helen, all the products that they sell. So I'll take a look into that, brother. Take a look into that. Okay. Yeah, I just was thinking about, because I love the movie Troy. That was another good one back in the day. 300 was another good.
That was great.
That was a good one. But I'm going Gladiator. If I had to go to all those ones in that like 3-5 year stretch that came out, there were some other ones, but that was great. Are you not entertained? I mean, God, that's the most classic. You can't get much better than that.
I used that GIF yesterday. Also, I used to unlock a core memory of being in soccer practice and seeing somebody get Sparta kicked in the chest with cleats on. that was tough. Be safe out there, guys, when you're reenacting your medieval movies. Levi's now pushing lower, sweeping under this. I'm trying to find what is causing this crack. So right now, the numbers, first off, like we said, 16% beat on earnings. Why are we down? Well, because that is not what's driving the stock. So the revenue is a 2.76 beat there. We were expecting 1.52. We got 1.56. That's an 8% increase year over year. By the way, the earnings per share was expected to come in at 0.24. We got 0.28. That's a 27.3% year over year increase. A few more metrics here. Looks like the reported net revenues growth raised from 7 to 7.5. Seems okay. Organic net revenue growth raised from 5.5 to 6. Gross margin raised up to 10 basis points to prior year. I'm not seeing what's causing this to drop personally. Let me know if you guys are seeing what warrants a minus 5.5% here. But I'm going to keep on searching, keep on combing through and try to find some more information for y'all on that front.
That's earnings for you. It's kind of like right out of the gate when Alejandro said that, where I heard y'all kind of talking when I was listening before I joined, that it's in a way kind of becomes a gamble at times where we could beat beats, and then we're going down, and so that's why TAC throughout 3 years, or I say throughout the years, months now, TAC's always, if you're trading earnings, you're trading it into it and not saying, hey, this should go up because based on earnings are good, I'm going long now. It should be, hey, I've already been long, I'm going to sell into earnings.
I absolutely agree with that. What I will say is we are seeing a little bit of a turnaround here in terms of the actual stock price. That being said, until we're over the 2377, I'm not so sure that I'm feeling very good about this. Personally, trading it myself, I would love to see this rip and roar up because it seems like the numbers aren't so bad and we're primed for the move. Maybe it's a market maker win and we just get flat and they just reap all of those rewards for all of those dead puts and dead calls. Always a possibility here. The measured move down to the downside also didn't get filled. We only hit 7%. Pretty good, pretty close. And honestly, you know what? I'm actually going to call that mission accomplished for bears there because the 9% move, that measured move that we were really looking for, that was for the July 17th expiry, not this week's expiry because there isn't one. Therefore, the expected move, it's going to be a little smaller in reality than that outsized next week expected move. Just putting that on your radar. I am liking the fact that we're showing some life here. It seems like the first move algos may have been wrong. The tough thing is it's really hard to trade these in real time. I'll be the first to say it. I don't know about you, Josh. I've had a long day. I wasn't up for actually trading this one myself. But let me know if you take a little piece. Maybe we get a nice high or low to get involved in or something. But as of now,
it's just a little too slower for me. I like the barn burner. If I'm going to trade, I want something fun, baby. This is just good to go over to make sure we cover the one big earning for the week now and just see the touch basis with our audience here real quickly. Back to which we can get in Helen of Troy at any time, really, if you want to, whenever you're ready for that. And I did look at it. I actually used some of their beauty and wellness brand. So I had no idea some of the brands that they have. They have Bedhead. I use that. I think we've all heard of Revlon before. We've probably all heard of Braun before, Braun. Honeywell,
Okay.
PUR, Pure, right? So the water.
The water filters. Yeah, I have one of those.
And
Yeah.
Vicks.
Okay.
You probably used like Vicks before to make yourself feel better if you were sick. So some good products there. I've heard of some of these from Helen of Troy.
Okay. Well, so I understand what happened here. So I don't understand what happened because it went down. I thought it was going to be up. What I was going to say is they do Hydro Flask. My girlfriend has like 8 of these things. I think she's keeping them in business just herself at this rate. So I don't know why they're down. That's wild. They're like spontaneous generation. You know, like they just appear out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what the heck that's about. What I do know is the stock kind of got beat here. It is closing under its 50-day. I'm not sure what to make of this. I think we have to zoom out a little bit. It just looks like a little bit long in the tooth, a little bit weak in the trend. Maybe the numbers just weren't compelling enough to really get it to have some traction. I should probably actually look at the numbers before I continue to speculate, but just first glance there, a little bit interesting. And we can see if they close the week back up over their 9-week moving average. Chart looks constructive except for this crack. If it closes as a bottom wick, then this wilting, it could just ratchet on up again. Similarly to how right here, we'll zoom on into the oscillator and you can see the trend kind of curled and almost looked like it was fading. We'll see what happened on the actual chart. So trend tried to curl, almost looked like it was fading, and then it got the expansion up there. Although I am seeing that the price did not follow that, so an interesting divergence there. Mostly just saying, hey, if we're going to catch, we better do it pretty darn quick here. And to me, it's looking a little bit like we're going to shift on to the downside here for maybe a higher low off the 20 handle, off the 19, 18, something like that. Interesting look, though.
Yeah, I think it comes down. It's broken its most recent higher low pattern. It's now, it's pretty much cracking it, which that last low was right around 25.40. It's pretty much where we're at now. I think this definitely comes back on down. Yeah, I never got the saying. Maybe that meant people had really long teeth, but long in the teeth, as you would say. Not looking so good there, at least for bulls for the time being. At least see a little bit of pullback, but nice look. We have to hit up to for sure real quickly. Pyagrathis says thoughts on CPNG. It's a South Korean Amazon, so CPNG.
Yeah, I know. I like them. I am a massive China bull. This is one of my biggest contrarian takes. I'm not gonna front like I bought the bottom. I'm in BABA from 120, 125. I'm never gonna sell it till it's like 300. But no, I didn't bottom tick. I didn't catch the news release of them basically filing for exemption, or basically they're saying, hey, we're not a security risk. Open us back up to the U.S. market, that kind of thing. It was a specific bill for this national security something or other. I'm blanking on the exact thing. It doesn't really matter when it makes the stock rip 15, 20% or so, 12%. So I'm a big believer in Asian stocks in general. I know Coupang is not Chinese. They're are they South Korean or?
Yes, that's what he said. Yes. Yep.
Okay, cool. It's an interesting setup. I think that anything South Korean that isn't Samsung or SK Hynix is kind of just not getting its shine right now. Zooming on out, I think it's a constructive chart long term. They can just take its sweet time to actually play out. I do believe if you hold this for 5 years, you will have a $40 to $50 plus stock. I do believe if you're patient, this will double or triple. I do believe that for almost any Asian stock, though, that is positioned well. So my favorites, BABA is kind of the no-brainer. That moves first. It's not necessarily the strongest company fundamentally, but it is like the biggest method of liquidity of how it's kind of like the proxy for U.S. Buyers in the Chinese space. My favorite fundamentally, and it's a great chart too, Baidu, B-I-D-U, full stack AI player. You're basically getting incredibly discounted rates on hyperscalers for a superpower. This is like if I don't know, let's say Meta or something was trading for like a 1/10 of the valuation it was now. Of course, there's a reason for that. You have the black box of the Chinese government. It's not as straightforward as as it is to buy something here. There's a lot of things that they do over there that essentially cap or make it a little bit less it shakes confidence in investors essentially. That being said, I think you're getting great deals for long-term names. I love Coupang, I love Baidu, and Baba more. That's what I got there.
Baba! Yes, Jeffrey, there you go. It's kind of answering questions from multiple traders there. So there
Nice.
you go. See, Jeffrey, I watched that movie like 100 times a day. Which one is that? You talking back to Gladiator? Where before that, Tack said something about what our Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? That's another great classic
Great movie.
one.
Yeah. Clooney, yeah. Good stuff there. Baba, by the way, I've been focusing on this for my quarterly rotation plays here that I'm really focusing on. I've been looking to buy after they reclaim their 200 week. So Baba, we're seeing the flush and reclaim of the 200 week. I think that's a beautiful look there. Microsoft, I'm not sure if they're getting the close. Oh, they're fighting me on it. I already own this. I front ran this one and I'm not getting the close, at least not yet this week, over this 200. I would really like to see that to make us feel better. That being said, we did get that close on IGV very nicely, closed over it, popped, back tested, pushed up. I'm liking this kind of look on a lot of these names. One more for you. Service now. Okay, that one's got some time.
Now that's what I call a chart. Remember, now that's what I call music. Remember that?
Yeah.
That's now.
That's
that's what I call a chart. 17. Now
I have bothered so many
89.
people.
Do what?
Dude, I've made that exact joke maybe 12 times in the past month when people ask me about this. I'm sure they're sick of it. But the funny thing is, I don't care because it makes me laugh a little bit, and I'm a nerd. I'm a, you know what? I have like the humor. I got dad humor with no kids, you know?
I feel you.
So,
I'm
you're right there with me, brother.
Oh,
yeah. Okay, we got pet kids. So,
Well, yeah.
kid pets, I should say.
Yeah. No, that's definitely,
Anyway.
I love it though. That's funny. It's a good chart though. I mean that looks like it wants to kind of pop back on up. But, listen, drawings with Steve. We could do like a Thursday night segment for you, Steve. Thursday night drawings with Steve, and you kind of come over and you put a Bob Ross wig on. You got to stand up for the half hour though that we have you on, and you can draw us some charts,
Dude. You might be kidding. I am so serious. I've literally had this idea, Happy Little Charts, a segment that focuses on TA, and we have fun with it. It's chill. It's laid back. We look at the weeklies. We look at the monthlies, the dailies, those charts you guys never even look at to help inform your watch list. So when you're in the thick of it, trading fast and hard, big sizes, level to level, all that stuff, you have the high time frame context. And maybe I'll wire a little neural pathway in your brain to chill the hell out while you're trading and think, it's just a happy little accident. It's all good. You know what? Buy the dip. It'll all work out. Happy little charts. If you guys want that, I'll do it. So I'll give the people what they want. Let me know.
Love it. Yeah, no, hey, that's a good one. No, that's a good. And I love the jokes too going with it. So more from Pat. I always mess up his name right out of the
Pythagoras. Yeah, he's the man.
Yeah. Oracle. So we have Oracle. It says earnings is coming up. Financials seem to be improving. What's the deal with Oracle?
Josh, you know what I'm going to say? It's this purple line. I have no opinion that's stronger than this purple line. Show me the money. If it closes over, I don't hate it. Right now, it's a tough buy. Yeah. It's a tough buy. We talked about a potential dip buy here. You can see these arrows. It didn't work. I didn't play it, but it didn't work. Isn't that funny how I never play the ones that don't work? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Hey, and kind of a bigger overall Head and Shoulders there. If you think about last year through this year now, we're seeing a nice big Head and Shoulders. Yeah, exactly. Big Head and Shoulders. Really starting to get bearish. Fine, there's that neckline. So it seems like we're kind of glued to get down into that. That's going to be key for me. And then it may stay below that purple area, that purple line for Steve, and get even more bearish. Yeah, that's the demand zone for me. And if it cracks into that, it's sexy for a bounce play because it's coming off that high volume node right there at the bottom of it. The biggest volume node on that overall is really right at the bottom of that channel, that blue box that Steve put in. If we crack that big volume node, it's down goes the whiskers for Oracle.
I like that. Absolutely. And as you can see, I just zoomed out a little bit. That big node, it don't look so big anymore when you got this big boy.
Because that's
where the real support is.
Yeah, and that's where I could see us heading down to. It's heading even further down. It looks like it needs to do that. Which, hey, again, it's like when you got Baba sub 100. I used to alert it all the time, and you see these plays like that was a bargain. You're getting that here recently coming back on down to such a bargain level. Yeah, it definitely is going to come ramping back on up. So good good alert there, Steve. And of course, asked about it, Jeffrey. That definitely seems like that was a bargain at that low. And when you get Oracle down as low as we'll get it, the bargain part, it's a bargain price. Long term, that thing.
Yeah. Absolutely. So this is one where, hey, it might revert this whole dang pop because China names, heavy short interest. There's always going to be shaken and bacon, like we saw with, for example, now. I mean, money rotated in. We got a massive move up, and then it got smacked on back down. Now starting to look a little better, but that's the rotation trade. It's in and out and back and forth. When something's heavily, heavily beaten and it gets a big pop, there's going to be some people saying, oh, yeah, I think I will short the now off the 200-day. I think I will. Josh, it's been in a downtrend all the time. Got a big pop. I'll short that back to the dirt. And that's just kind of what it takes to clear out that positioning. So could be the same thing for Baba. I'm not chasing on my ad. I already have a starter from up here. Don't cry for me. I'm not selling. I know what I got. But, I'm waiting for a higher low somewhere in this gap, essentially, to get back involved.
And going to look at Oracle, it kind of reminds me of Microsoft. Oracle looks a little weaker now, but Microsoft made that big move up from last earnings, and you're going, okay, here we go. We're looking good. We're popping now. We had the pullback. Here we go. We're back to 460, and then boom, tough acting to Tenactin. He comes. And so that's kind of where Oracle's at. I think they're, you're seeing that similar chart set up throughout both of these plays, essentially. Very similar.
Yes, sir. Great call, great read. And it's the same mechanism, right? Even on IGV, it did the same thing. It popped to the 200 and got smacked. On some of them, look at this. You got the 200-day, but on ServiceNow, it was just the tag team from the top rope. You had the 200-day,
You had a tag team on the
and you had the 200-week saying, no.
That's that double
The
whammy.
Kembe Mutombo that.
Yeah, that's a double whammy. When you see those two, corresponding confluences together, that says... Literally, the Kembe Mutombo comes out with that big finger. Ricky U says, who hit big on PNG? Told you it'll cross $75.
Ricky did.
Ping.
Ricky did. I see you, brother.
Ricky didn't lose his number. Ricky, don't lose your number. You didn't lose your number, did you? You didn't lose that number, did you, Rick Dog? And it just flying away. What's funny, that's his. For whatever reason, when this goober right here, his name's Merlin. But when he starts acting all goofy like a Great Dane, we start saying, Ricky, he now responds. So when I say Ricky, because we sing Ricky, don't lose that number a lot to him, he responds to Ricky now. He's got two names, Merlin and Ricky.
That's so funny. I was going to go into an anecdote about a video game that probably only I play, so I'm gonna keep that one to myself. Just know I made myself laugh. That's what counts. We wanted to talk
Earthworm and Jim. I'm just throwing out some old random ones that you made.
Earthworm. Oh, that's a throwback, dude. That was was that a GBA Game Boy Advance game? I think one of them.
Somewhere in that early mid '90s. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, those are classic. So
I've
played.
Dude,
them all.
I don't know about them.
I picked up some weird ones too. I wanted to try them all.
I feel like what's that clip from that movie? Jonah Hill is like, your references are off the chain, bro. You got freaking references. Like that's how I feel. It's like everything. Like we just lived the same life, maybe just a few years staggered, but we were in the same pools there, so to speak. Right. Just want to highlight Penguin. Amazing chart. We call these unicorns in my book, where it goes from $10 to $80 and just looks like it's building up for more. This is a high and tight flag, and I think it's going to keep on cooking with this high volume on a great print. Ricky knows I thought we might get a washout. I thought they were going to punish things because it's too up too fast. No. Fundamentals are too good. It didn't give me the 50-day that I would have loved. Even Micron gave you the 50-day. Well, almost. But it was close, right? Yeah. Not Penguin. Too strong. Now it's pushing out the top. Maybe it gives us an inside bar. Maybe we get a little bit of a pullback like here. But in general, I think this thing wants to push on up. I would be shocked if this thing doesn't tag 100 sometime this year with this strength, this base, multiple fake breakouts and breakdowns, finally resolving up on good news. Beautiful chart. Great play, Ricky. I know you were banking on that, so really happy for you there.
Every time
awesome stuff.
You keep saying that, I keep thinking of this dang dog down here, and I'm like, he didn't do nothing.
Dang it, Ricky. I was thinking Ricky and Bobby. That's one of my favorite movies of all time there, Talladega.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's a good one.
Talladega Nights, baby. Oh, definitely remember seeing that in theaters, and a lot of gut-busting laughing out loud where like the whole theater is just like laughing their face off. Jacked up on Mountain Dew, baby. Jacked up on Mountain Dew. Delonte West, do you think another pullback is coming from Microsoft? I'm right there with Steve, and I know Steve wants it. He needs it over that. I had the same line in as Steve, and it's like cannot get back above it. If we get back above, I'll give it My key area for me is even above that, but I'd say it has to get back over Steve's magical line there, which mine's right around the same line
Yeah.
as his.
I mean, like Josh said, this is a little wishful thinking, this diagonal line. The horizontals always matter more. Like he said, up higher, that's what's going to really matter. In my book, for the immediacy of the move, in my book, it's a great company. I don't care what you say. Not you, Josh. You there in the comments. I know you. You think Microsoft is getting vibe coded out of existence. I'm calling BS on that trade. I just might be wrong for another month or two. I don't care. I'm not going to sell it until I'm right. Or it's my kid's problem someday, you know? maybe they'll inherit a couple bags. But either way, I ain't selling. I know what I got. It's a gosh darn mega cap, and it's trading under the 200 week. When it reclaims, it'll be an easy trade up, in my opinion, for shares.
Yeah, and just going back to just reiterate, yeah, I do see more pullback. Not to be like the bearer of bad news, but yeah, I do see more. I would say we or at least consolidate before we see another move back on up, and maybe earnings helps.
Right,
maybe earnings helps.
Sorry, I just had to shout out my boy Kelso. Good to have him back in the trading room. It's been maybe a year or two since I've seen him. He knows the memes. He says, "I'm tired of this, Grandpa. What has too damn bad?" Yeah. Kelso, you know what? we might get dunked again on Microsoft, but you know what? I'll hold you on the way down. We'll have group therapy, and someday we'll get to sell these for a profit. I promise you. I promise you.
That's it just goes. There's yeah. No, I remember that part. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Yeah. There's a lot of that's good. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of one-liners in that movie for sure. I mean, that's what I love.
The whole thing.
Yeah.
I use so many. Whenever a trade's working really well, I'm like, I don't know what to do with my hands.
Yeah, exactly.
Just run around like I'm on fire. I mean, man, it goes on and on. Thank you, sweet baby Jesus. I say that one a lot.
Yeah, but yeah. Which one are you talking about there, Michael? Which play are we talking about? The only thing I can think about would be Levi right now. That's 23.
Yeah, Levi. Let's check back in. I'm having too much fun. We should check in on the earnings play. It's just doing nothing. I figured. Yeah, just whack. I see nothing tradable here. Maybe it goes lower, but I don't even. It's already made most of the move. For me, really, the risk reward isn't here. So, I don't know, guys. We can back it out.
I'm full porting it. I like it. We're going long. No, I'm lying. Completely lying here. Just looking at the hourly and kind of zooming back out. I like you were saying, Michael says, couldn't you buy below 23 and bounce back up? Yeah. Just looking at the chart. But where am I? The only thing I like to get in would be lower, though. Not 23 lower. But lower than 23, sure. I like 22. I really like 2050. I just don't know that we see 2050. This is over on a higher low pattern. I think this does catch a bottom and then continues to pop back on up. We were just talking about this cracking its higher lows. What was the other play we were talking about cracking its higher lows? God, there was another chart we looked at. Helen of Troy. Yeah, Helen of Troy. Helen of Troy almost has the same kind of similar look, almost the same price area as Levi recently. An uptrend channel that is starting to break and crack down. And especially now, the higher low pattern overall ended for Levi for the day. 23 is already back down almost. I would say you're already starting to get almost halfway from the retracement for your 2050 to 2550 pop.
Really good call on the similarities. I pulled this up. That's the same picture, right? It's Spider-Man pointing at each other right there. That's the same thing. If this showed after hours, you'd see the big crack down here, just like this red candle on Helen. Yeah. So interesting action there. Helen, you got to get your act together here. You're under the 50-day. What's happening?
Helen's wearing
Same with
Levi's. Helen's wearing Levi's. She's still promoting it, saying, "Hey, look at my tush. I'm looking good still. You can say what you want. You go get all your other jeans. I'm gonna rock my Levi's. We'll get back to to the glory land one day. We'll get back to." But yeah, no, it's like Microsoft and I just see this, like when you see these charts, I just like, oh, that looks just like that chart. I'm really good at whatever there's that recall, whatever it is, test where essentially like a memory test where people that maybe have a traumatic brain injury, they have, like if I pull up, like I've always said, pull up a picture of a butterfly and you go butterfly. I'm like, all right, I'll pull up another picture and it's a picture of a microphone. You say microphone. And I'll pull up another picture and it's a giraffe and you say giraffe. Or remember that old school game and the people still play, it's a bunch of cards and you have to flip them over and you can only do 2 at a time and you have to find
them. Oh yeah, that's
remember those, you had to find where they were or whatever. I was really good at that.
I used to cook my grandma on that. She was trying to practice so she didn't get Alzheimer's and I was schooling her ass. I was like 7. I was like, get good, grandma.
Yeah, right. Come on, this is easy, grandma. Come on, what are you doing?
In retrospect, I probably should have been more encouraging. Love you, Grandma.
I love the way you just said it. I was like, man, you were killing your man. That's mean. I would have at least let her.
I was taking her to the cleaners, dude. It was rough. She was getting mad too. This was early. All right, guys, I'm not evil. She didn't actually have dementia. She was like 65 then or something. She was fine, but still smoked her.
This is early signs of Crowbar Steve coming out.
I can't argue that. Actually, you kind of got me there. What was I going to talk about? There was something else.
Oh man, 3 card Steve.
Man.
That was good. Yeah, Josh. Well, I'd say it may be like somewhat photo. I mean, but it's nothing like which I love watching Big Bang Theory and Sheldon is his identic memory or whatever he calls it or whatever. But
Oh yeah.
I'd say close to photogenic at times. It's not like it's funny how it's just with certain things. I'd say I'm not like that across the broad spectrum. I don't think. But yeah, I love that. It just helps me in stock trading. I'd noticed that at first where you just notice the charts. It's just that's why with Steve we talk about this so often. You got to find what is your niche, so to speak, when it comes to stock trading. That was it for me, and luckily has been. Steve is the master charter here, right? He's got all his cool little tools that he uses every day, and then boom, then I just bring up levels and we're matching together, and it brings good correlation to both of us to where I see something and then he pulls up indicators that should justify what I'm saying, and it does, and it's really cool stuff.
Absolutely. No, it's a great point because there's so many ways to skin this cat. And the great thing about a good system is you will arrive on a ballpark correct number. Whatever your methodology is, it's crazy to see the amount of times my fundamental traders, my fundamentalists as I call them, I don't get what they're on about. But you know what? They have the method to their madness.
Yeah.
They're buying knives that I think look gross, but they project certain valuations, certain estimates, and they tend to align with my lines, with my magic lines. How does it happen? Well, I think my magic lines are aggregating all of the data from smart fundamental traders. So I'm just drawing a line chart showing what all the fundamental nerds are doing. So I'm going to use those nerds' homework. I'm going to steal their homework. I'm looking over their shoulder going, oh, yeah, I totally. Yeah, A, B, C, A, C. Yeah, let's go.
Smash that like
That's what I do.
Smash that like button. I'm going to go back to the smash the like button. But no, it's funny that it's possible. I said, you're like the guy on Survivor who said his grandma died.
Wait, what happened?
I don't remember this guy, but yeah, Steve just making up. Yeah, Mom, she had dementia, and I was kicking her ass. Just good stories about grandma. It's all good.
Weak. What can you say?
We love our grannies. Yeah, Tack, I remember charts too. I am like that though. Just it's weird about certain things though. Other things where everything has to go a certain place. Like where Avery gets on about this is so funny. Where I'm always like big on putting stuff back exactly. My mom always said this kid, put it back where you got it, right? So I've always been that way too. So everything always has to be in the right spot all the time. Yeah. And now the refrigerator's that way. So like it'll be like lunchtime. I'm taking my break. Avery goes in and she's like, do you even know? Like it's so funny. She'll get on to me because I'm just putting stuff back in different spots in the refrigerator. I never really put it back in the same, except for like the meat and cheese, right? The meat and cheese drawer or whatever. But everything else, I'll just be kind of putting back in different spots all the time. And she's like, for someone who is so, anal about, what you are, what you're, anyway, it's so funny. So, but yeah, it's like, I don't think I like that across the board, but there is a good photogenic memory type thing about certain things that I think it's just because of Gil always would get on me. I'd say I'm OCD. I just think I'm very tedious about certain things. I don't think I have maybe an obsessive compulsive disorder. Maybe I do a little-ish, but I think that that comes into play. Again, get back to stock trading. I want to see that chart, like Steve says, do that thing. And when it does that thing, then I know I can go trade it. And that it just comes to my eyes. It's like that. You're pulling up those little those cards. I want to see that card. I want to trade. I like sharks, I like roller coasters. I like, right. That's you're like, okay, that's Josh.
You're like I like turtles kid.
Yeah, exactly.
I like turtles.
Yeah. But I'm not like, exactly. I like turtles. I don't want turtles. I don't want slow trades. I want sharks. I want roller coasters. I want fireworks. I want, dynamite. I want you to show me that picture. And I'm like, yeah. Or show me Ricky Bobby and I'll say, I want to go fast.
Absolutely. It's in your blood, man. You got to do it. You got to do it. If you know, you know. And Josh knows. Got to go fast.
Sammy
That's
says,
the type of trader.
How was Intel closing today? So let's go take a look at that for Sammy.
Yeah.
Sammy since 1984.
I've been thinking about it while you've been chatting. So we got this higher low. I really like it. You were talking about what's your go-to. Well, this is my go-to. Higher lows in leading names. Usually I'm buying off a key moving average, right? So we got an undercut of the 50. I'd like to see a recovery. It's going to take some time. So we got the higher low here. Probably want another higher low. Something like that. something like that. And then we can look for rebasing somewhere in there. In my book, we're just kind of in a wait and see no man's land here. So we're a little under the 9 week. If we reclaim the 9 week, that's 113. Let's see what my daily levels are. 113. It's knocking right on the underside of that 50. So call it roughly the same.
Yeah, knocking, baby.
I know. I almost
Every
did
time
it
you
too.
sing
I almost
knocking
did
it,
it too.
yeah. Every time we say certain words, like songs just come into our head.
Well, maybe you are a little OCD then, because you know what? I legitimately do have OCD. Not crazy, but it is documented. We're all a little on spectrums, I'm sure, one or the other. But I like what I like. I like things to. It's when it looks good, it looks good. When it's right, it's right. If it doesn't go my way, sometimes I don't like that so much. So that is why, I know my psychology. I tend to stop out faster than other people because I know otherwise I might just go down with that ship. If it's not the perfect exit, I might hold too long because it's not perfect. And I know that is something I need to push back against. That is a malfunction in my brain. And I just got to train myself with small dollar amounts using honestly, like Josh, it was so good for me when I've had some rough periods of time where just like my trading isn't good, and usually it's because I'm stressed and my mental health takes a toll. But using the trade the pool account, trading in really small size, but still with some dollars behind it. It's not just completely a simulated paper account. That's how you rewire your brain. Yes, I'm talking to you. If you've blown accounts, if you don't know what you're doing wrong, you probably do know what you're doing wrong, but the money attached to the trades is too much for your mental. If you can't take losing $100 when you know you need to lose $100, you're going to hold that and lose $500.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh
yeah. Hey, and real quickly, back to the Friday night live stream. Caesar joins us, and you and Caesar are all over it. Almost hit that. I forgot when that was. It was early June, sometime in May, because we were in the 110s, 120s. We talked about Intel next target. I think you may even ask him that. And he said one. I know we both of you kind of agreed at 150, and the fact that after that we got to 144, almost 145. So essentially, almost to 150. That's and I think now we're in the channel mode. We're going to channel up, chop around, find a base at 100, maybe come back down to the 90s again, and maybe channel around before we push through that 140 mark. It does seem like it's kind of reset here. We're in consolidation time. Nice, good close today overall. On the way up, just looking at it myself here, I know Steve covers these charts better than anyone in the world. I do like this move. Yeah, just looking at this over 110.40 and holds, let's just say, in the after hours or pre-market tomorrow, 108-ish area, 108.20 area. I could see this pop into 112.20 by tomorrow, and then possibly fill that gap back up into what would be the drop-off and the sell-off from that 116.75 note on Tuesday. We could see that possibly into tomorrow, if not by Friday. And speaking of Friday, I forgot to bring it up with Alejandro was here earlier. You ready for Friday morning stream?
I'm so ready. I was hoping you'd say that. We got the go ahead?
It's a done deal, yeah. So Friday morning, Steve, Alejandro will be live. They will host our morning show. We have not had a morning show on Fridays. It's Monday through Thursday. Money Mitch, Michael Noss, if it's Airplane Jane, maybe Jesse jumps in on the ship early on. They host us Monday through Thursday. Usually, if you know, it's Money Mitch starting us off. Well, starting us off on Fridays, you're going to see Steve Achieve. That's right. You're going to have Alejandra. I got to come up with a nickname for her. There's nothing that just comes off the
It's tough. That's a tough one to rhyme with. Yeah. We'll figure it out.
Alejandra from the Congo. I don't know. I'm just trying to say just from the Congo. But Congo is an actual country or city. I don't know. I'll have to find something. Alejandra. Ale.
Yeah, we'll do something with Ale. That's a lot easier. Let's not make this hard mode for ourselves.
Every Friday, you can join those two. We're going to have a psychological segment put together, too, as well. Make sure Ale gets that together so we have something every Friday, a little segment. Besides just going over charts, we're going over trades.
Totally.
So we'll have every Friday, Ale, we'll have Steve starting at 9 a.m. Eastern time, 30 minutes before the opening bell, carrying you for 2 hours. We'll take a little small break. We'll come back, do our week recap that me and Steve have, and then Steve will be back for his Friday webinar. So we'll have a full live stream Friday. Add some more in there along the way, but at least for the get-go, we'll have 2 hours in the morning with Ale and Steve. Of course, hotter days or something that's going on, they'll stay for longer. Steve will be back with me for a week, almost said full week recap, and then, of course, Steve, the end of the day with his webinar. And Steve, hey, maybe that's where you start. Which earlier I think it's Snowman said, someone said I would like some chart breakdowns. I forgot exactly who that was earlier that said that when we're talking about your happy drawing segment, or essentially being Bob Ross. Maybe we can add that on Friday. So you get your webinar first.
Yeah.
Maybe the last 15, 20, 30 minutes you get into a little character with Bob Ross, and you start doing some cool drawings for us. Breaking down.
I'll get the wig. I'll do the whole thing, man. So yes, I love it all. One focus that we are going to have, of course, with your blessing, but I think it's a really good thing, especially at the end of the week, to recap. And I think Alejandra does a really good job about this. I'd say on the team, there are some people who've been trading longer than me and Alejandra. With that comes some territory of our emotional, volatility is going to be a little higher than maybe Josh, who's been doing this. How long you been doing this? Over 10 years, right?
Right at 10 years. Don't make me feel that old.
Right at 10. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, brother. You started when you were 7. You started in diaper. No, you weren't in diapers at 7. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to roast
I'm like, really? All right. Now I'm really getting thrown under the bus. First he's throwing his grandma under the bus. Now I'm 100 years old and been doing it since I've been in my diapers. And I was 7. I was sucking my thumb and twirling my hair and shitting my diapers at 7 still, all right?
Okay.
Sucking on a baby bottle still, I guess, okay?
There we go.
Thanks,
yeah,
Steve.
like Tuna said, you gotta bring out the crowbar every once in a while. But yeah, we're gonna be focusing on psychology. We're gonna be bringing a new little topic to you every day, something that came up over the course of the week, where our psychology either misfired a little bit, we had to catch ourselves, and we can talk about what that process looked like, how it felt, and what we did to remedy it. Maybe we caught it really fast, and it's a success story. Usually that's the case. Alejandra's a good trader. I do okay. We catch ourselves before the damage is too much. Every once in a while, we lose on a trade. It should be a small loss. Maybe we make it a medium loss, maybe even a big loss. Those are where I think it's really important to stop and think about it. Think about what we did, think about how we can recap. And the biggest thing is, I want to get us in the habit of appreciating what we got, what we've accomplished on these Fridays. Don't let a good week turn sideways on the last day. So that's a really big, important thing. Capital preservation, mental preservation, how to not be stuck in positions over the weekend and sweating it and worrying all weekend and hitting the new week not refreshed, in a hole, in a rut. That's how I see traders blow up. So this is a great time to just get your head in order. So that's going to be one thing we talk about. But of course, it's going to be open. We're going to be trading. Don't get me wrong. We're going to be taking trades. So come on in. We'll get our head straight for the open. We'll trade the open. We won't rush it. We won't force it. We'll look to be precision technicians. Take the easy money if they give it to us. Otherwise, it's study time. We got tons to go over to prep for the next week, tons to go over to get our head right, and maybe some fun drawings along the way. So that's what you can look forward to this Friday and going forward, guys.
Woo!
Hope to see you there.
Woo! Give you a little Ric Flair right there. Pythagoras says, trade the pool. I'm literally caretaking my grandma right now, working from home and trading. She got the D of dementia early on, onset Alzheimer's test. Wow, was getting her food when you guys were talking about it. That's crazy, grandmas. That's actually, not to... was trying to throw puns. I know you're having fun, Steve. That's actually how we all have our grandmas, right? We have our grandma. We have 2 sets, my mom's side, my dad's side. My dad's side we're just closer with. Always saw them. Granny and Pappy, as I called them, really close to Granny, but that's how Granny passed. She had dementia. So it was sad to see. And I mean, it was funny at times earlier on. Of course, some of the stuff they say, you're out in public and eating. There are funnier moments. You kind of have to take that in with the blessing of, and the bad side of the end of it, of when they do pass. But that's how actually my grandma passed, was of dementia. So feel the pain, understand it. You take care of her. I wish my grandma or my granny was still around. Would have loved to take, or at least see them later on in life, right? To where they can see me and Avery and what we've become and all that kind of good stuff. So is what it is.
But they'd be so proud of you, man.
Oh,
they'll always remember, and if you believe in it, maybe they're looking down on you. But either way, the demon in me wanted to hit.
They're with me every day. Trust me, I'll treat them. Because I have a dog. He's not in here. We adopted a dog. His name is Jack. For whatever reason, Avery was like, she would do anyway. Hey, this dog's on the kill list. This one, we haven't done a lot of those, but she wanted to say this one, Jack, this Min Pin. So his name was Jack, and bring him home. I don't know what day it was or whatever happened. I said, Granny, and he runs straight to me, and it's a he. And to this day, like I was just showing Mom and Dad on July 4th when they were over there, the last to leave. I'm like, it's just not just crazy. I'm like, Granny, and sure enough, here comes Jack and he gets all excited, and I'm like, man. And then it's kind of crazy when that kind of stuff happens. So I love that kind of stuff. But just want to reach out to
too cute.
Pythagoras and say, love you, brother. you keep pushing on. Ricky, don't lose your number, ask. On Ping, I see the percentage of sellers has gone up from 8 to 37%. Should we expect a huge drop tomorrow on Ricky, or on Ping, P-E-N-G. We talked about Ping earlier.
PNG. Sorry, I missed the comment. I was scrolling back up. Okay, now I see it. I see the percentage of sellers has gone up from 8 to 37%. Should we expect a huge drop tomorrow? What I would say is you're always going to have a higher percentage of sellers. I'm about to type in sellers. It depends on a lot of things. So that just means that there's profit taking. You could see that dip get bought instantly. I'd be curious to see where you're seeing that percentage of sellers. One thing to note, if it's net sellers, but the stock went up today, that seems very strong and like those sellers are getting absorbed, not winning the battle, right? If we close near the low and we had net sellers, that'd be a lot spookier. I would trust the setup, trust the chart. That being said, we're at the top of a box. This looked like it was going to break out a few days ago. Obviously, that didn't happen, but we had the earnings, so that volatility in there. Looking better now, but it could always reject the top of this shelf. If it does, good time to lock some in. That being said, I'm a bull. I think it's a great stock in a great space. It's had its great earnings in a time when the rest of the sector is getting beat on. So when we do get rotation back into these names, which we will, I don't see why it should. It's decoupled now, and it can, keep the party going when the rest of them are ready to join in there.
Yeah. Michael asked a good question. Asked me to take a look at Pepsi. Do you think it will beat? I think if the usual beat for Pepsi a lot of the time is going to be fall into when you get your Q4 and Q1, right? So when you get Q1, or I should say Q3, Q4, football season, right? That's usually the biggest. And we have basketball going into that. You even look last year from December into January, the big move that Pepsi made. And again, I just go look at earnings, and that's the biggest thing I usually typically define is going, what do you do in your certain sector during certain earnings? And it makes sense for Pepsi when it releases earnings in February to have a nice good pop and move and jolt. Do I think it has it here in this coming like what do we have it here coming up in about a month or two? I honestly think it's going to be, if anything, from the World Cup. We had NBA Finals, we had Stanley Cup, we had Father's Day, we had July 4th. I think we do. I think we have double beats. I think we see a small pop. Is it a big pop? I'm just going back and looking at past chart history. It's decent. It's not going to be huge, but we had a pop last summer. Nice pop up. That ran up from around 130s all the way up to around 155. I think we could see something similar where maybe we see a little pullback into earnings. I do see a beat. I don't know how we wouldn't double beat with it's summer. Everyone's buying Pepsi Cola. Of course, we got all the sporting events going on. I would say it double beats for sure. It's usually this earnings that we get, and then it's the one from the fall, the first one that we get into spring or winter, really. So essentially, your July, August earnings or your January, February earnings are the ones to go long for Pepsi. And I'd say, double beats. Oh, it's tomorrow. Tomorrow. Okay. Pepsi's tomorrow.
Oh, it's tomorrow?
Is it? In the morning. Okay.
I'll cover this if you guys are interested. We'll talk about off stream, but I'd be open to this. It's an interesting one for sure. I want to learn a little bit more. So either way, I'm going to be digging into this after the bell here, finding a little bit more. So come on in to stream either way and ask me tomorrow, and I'll have a better take on this.
Makes sense because we reported last July 16th, so we're essentially right at that mark again. And I say we beat. I don't know how we wouldn't, honestly, especially after the World Cup. And just I think your thought process is right there when it comes to that, Michael.
Nice. Good stuff there. Smoked Tuna, shout out Smoked Tuna's grandma too. And just want to be clear. I've been there. I know it's tough. It's a really horrible disease. And hopefully with all of these new biotech acquisitions, we get some answers, we get some cures. We are seeing a lot more customized, bespoke treatments, as they're called. Maybe this opens the door. We're seeing things like Huntington's getting really positive phase 3 trials. So I know I'm a smart ass, but shout outs to all those people taking care of the grandpas and grandmas, because you know what? We got to treat our elders right. Can't be sticking them in a home, right? We got to, well, at least not a bad one, So shout outs to you, Pythagoras. You're truly doing God's work there. Shout out to all the grandmas in the chat. But I do got to say, my brain was on demon time while you were telling your sad story. Shout out Josh's grandma. I did kind of want to hit the vuvuzela, but that would be wrong. I had to shut that down real quick. But all right, that's my soapbox.
Hey, we had fun today. It was slower. We can talk. I mean, Pepsi for sure tomorrow. I mean, if you want to talk about that tomorrow and have something whipped up for it, definitely down for you. Even if you want to join us earlier on in the morning, if you get a chance to, for like the J&J show. We'll have the call-in show that we can talk a little bit about it too as well. So whenever you want to fit that in tomorrow, since we do have that, we can talk about Pepsi for sure. That'll be something that we can talk about at least morning-wise, and then into the afternoon and long-term set for Pepsi. What do we see on it? So it'll be good to talk about tomorrow.
Well, it'll be really important because I mean, this is a company that pulls in. I mean, we're expecting 24 billion in revenue, right? This is a big bellwether for the defensives, kind of the consumer staples, I guess you'd call it. I don't know if soda's a staple, but you know what I'm talking about. Pepsi, they are an institution, right? So they are generally a risk-off trade. We'll have to see how that's kind of looking and what that could, what the implications could be for the overall sector and the market's risk appetite, how much they're willing to want to run into these lifeboats. The less bullish the response to Pepsi, probably the more risk-on bullish we are in the market as a whole. So I think there's going to be a lot to talk about. I'm looking forward to it.
Love it.
And yeah, maybe I'll be able to tune into the J&J show because that one, I like listening when I'm on my break. I'd love to hang out too.
Yeah, come on over. 100%. Says Tack. We need the prep financials, Steve. Hey, we're rocking. We're rolling. Honestly, we're slowly but surely adding more onto these live streams other than just getting on talking stocks or whatever's moving at the time. You know, getting you ready for what's going to happen. Prepping your brain a little bit, so to speak. We're always trying to at least getting to that where we're prepping ahead of time and then covering when it does come, you know, so we can maybe prepare for it, tease it, what do we expect from it, and then that way we can also then report it as it actually happens live. Thanks for joining today, team. Again, for us here on the After Hours, Alejandro, Steve, we always appreciate you guys coming over. A little bit slower today with Levi. We know it's just Levi's. Nothing too big, but we want to cover it even if there is something to cover. We're getting back into it, Steve. We're getting really close to getting them into some fun. Of course, we already got Pepsi. The banks are coming up next week. We got JP Morgan. We've got Goldman Sachs. We got Bank of America. We got Wells Fargo. We got Citi freaking Group. All next Tuesday reporting in the morning. Next Wednesday, we have Johnson & Johnson, Morgan Stanley, some more banks. The Bank of New York, we got some more in there. Let's see here. We have, TSM reporting next Thursday. We have a lot of net.
That's big.
Yeah, that'll be next Thursday. So next Thursday will probably be one of the funner days, at least that in the morning with TSM. And then in the afternoon, which we will cover, is Netflix. So next, the one
Awesome.
after hours for sure earnings we can cover next week is Netflix on Thursday. And the week after that, that's when we really get into the fun. The week of the 20th onward, it's going to be on like Donkey Kong, friends and family.
I remember that commercial with Peyton Manning, right? On like Donkey Kong. I love that. That's still in my nomenclature. So I love it. Yeah, you're hitting the nail on the head. Just big numbers coming around the corner. You got to know what's going on with banks if you want to have your head about you in this market. TSM, obviously, massive implications on the chip sector. That one does report like 2 o'clock my time or something. So we'll be touching base the next day for sure, but just putting that on your radar. Gonna be good stuff. That's all I got. Wow, this hour absolutely flew, Josh.
Yeah,
so thank you so much for joining. It's been a fun one.
Good stuff. It's that's one thing when we just don't have one ticker, if it is slower like Levi's, then we have other ones to talk about. And thanks to Pythagoras, Ricky, don't lose your number, Attack, Tyler, Nigel, of course, all the great questions from Michael as well. Jeffrey, you guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled rest of your day. Ayush in the background, always the fun love. Hold on one last time to end the day since my picture is a little bit bigger now. Let's just go back over here and let's show this off. Is this just not one of the better pictures you may have ever seen in your life? That's right. That's right there. He's even got the beautiful pink background to kind of match up with the trade the pool. There we go. Look, there we go. There we go. Tell me that's not Steve. Tell me that's not Steve actually in the picture, rocking out those big Jinkos. I'd love to see you in those and dance it up, my friend. Listen. Be fun stuff.
None taken. I live for this shit.
I would say those big bell bottoms, you might trip. You never know. That's why you gotta have them up a little bit higher. You don't want them fully on the ground if you're gonna dance in those. Then you're tripping on them.
All right. You rock the bell bottoms. So we'll find somebody with the Levi's apple bottoms. That's a gene, right? I don't know.
That's what's gonna happen. You're gonna find something else and get me photoshopped into some like skinny jeans. Just something stupid. We'll see what happens.
You gave me an idea that you wish you didn't give me. We'll see what I come up with tomorrow. All right. On that note, that's my final words. Stay tuned for some fun stuff around the corner here at Trade the Pool. You might see something you're not expecting.
See y'all guys later.
Take care.
Oh man, good stuff. Good stuff, brother.
Awesome.
Yeah, that was
a fun
yeah.
one, man.
Ayush, that's awesome, man. Sending me that, I was like, oh, I haven't laughed that hard in a good minute. That's money. Because I mean, it literally looks like you're in that, Steve. I mean, that literally looks like you're rocking that.
There's stream funny where I can yuck it up a little bit, and then there's actually killing me.
Man,
I'm gonna remember that one. That's gonna be my profile pic.
And
for a
yeah,
while.
if you want to, like I said, join us tomorrow if you want to give a little Pepsi preview, and talk about some Pepsi for, because we'll have a full hour there, so 10, 15, 20 minutes. We'd love it.
Awesome. Yeah, that sounds great. I'll plan on that, and I'll let me double check on my schedule, but I should be good to go and touch base with you.
Sounds good. Sounds good, brother.
Awesome.
Hey, yes, thank you as always. See you guys tomorrow.
All right. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Fuck yeah, we're up to 15 fucking 100 plus. Let's fucking go, big. 4,600 views. Woo, woo, woo. Oh, that's right. Today was Wednesday. Tomorrow. Hush. All right. Cool. I'll throw this back on for you guys, if anyone is still around. And Sky Q. Whew, came back on around here. Worked out pretty nicely there for the day. My demand areas worked out really nicely. Earlier on, it just here was pretty decent. Finally cracked it, and this demand area became what supply as what resistance now to become support again. This was the main area. I was looking for a bounce play earlier to start the day. Canceled my orders, actually, in the end. Should have left those in. I had 360 down to 347. I would have been filled 1,500 shares. Beautiful move there. I'm going to take a little break off the mic, see if what I have to do around the house here now, which is stuff around the house. But I will put some jams on for you guys of now. If you need anything, just put it in chat. I'll answer anything you guys want to go over. Put this some jams on, though, for you guys right now. But I'll be back here in just a bit. good mix right here. Margot, can we guys lay down? I know, here comes all the dogs. All the dogs come on in now. It's going to be a little slower after hours. Let's go back and look see if we have any after hours movers, and really do not. RPGL would be your only real decent after hours move. RPGL. And then we have Soon. That's starting to take up a little bit of the board here. So RPGL. Levi's relatively slow, but I'll leave that up for now. On NVVE, I'll put this on my side. Go to Soon. SkyQ's still moving, so I'm going to go over here with certain things. Hi, baby. I knows. This is the time of the day that they say, please, please pay attention to me now. PCLA is the other one. So PCLA is your other stock to keep your eye on. It had the biggest move so far. It actually gapped up from the 4s at close and up to 8 today. So keep that one on watch as well. I see you. I see you. And my needy daughter. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Slow day. I hope, yeah, it was a little, yeah, so a little bit slower. Yeah, we'll see. Overall, NVVE wasn't bad for the day. NVVE, you know, that was the first one that really gave us some, well, the first one. The biggest one for fun today was NVVE. Really out of nowhere. No news on it. Ran a little over 100%. Had some good bounce plays, too, as well, actually. Earlier on, I wanted to get filled a couple of times on it. I actually was in a one-on-one and should have traded it. Didn't because I wanted to go with SkyQ because it was slower, but I'm just trying to do one-on-ones, take one trade at a time. So we stuck with SkyQ. Should have went to NVVE because I said I love 750. When I hit new high of day up here, it's like this little node is going to be it. We're not going to see 7 again. This is going to be where we bounce at. Come back later to see that thing, you know, by the end of our one-on-one, which started at 9:30 my time, by the time our one-on-one was over here, you know, we bounced anyway. So, and then you go back and look at the rest of the day on NVVE, and I'm like, we never saw lower than 750. What is this from? Question mark. Aftermarket what? Okay. That's weird. I've never seen that before on Thinkorswim, I don't think. Anyway, that was the one I wish I would have taken. Then I wanted to get filled here. I wanted the 625, 630-ish here. Or 6, anyway, that. I wanted this area, this little sandwich, 630-ish. 830. Hit 836. And at that point, it just races to new highs, so I'll just let it go and say, it is what it is. I've missed 2 by the hair of my chinny chin chin. I should have taken that one. I didn't miss it. I should have taken it. And this one, I just barely missed. That one was fun. That was pretty good. After that, we had, and then kind of throughout the day and in pre-market, it was SkyQ. Nothing really crazy there, but you're all over it. It was slower today. It was uglier today. Pre-market was really slow. Hardly anything was spiking or given any sort of reason to look like today. And I said that in my morning alerts. That's why of course, a lot of traders do. That's why I love doing those morning alerts. And for traders out there, it sets the tone for the day, so you already know ahead of time what to expect. And today, to me, it was going to be slower. But nice for you to pop on over. Nice for you to pop on over that trade the pool. We're slowly but surely getting more and more and more views, and that's the main thing that I'm trying to produce is good content. Make sure we're covering the right stuff. Getting more talent on, a few other things, but it was good today. That live stream after hours was a little more lackluster, which I'm not surprised, but already up over 4,700 views now on the main stream today, which is really nice. Even after the Friday night live has been growing, getting a few hundred more, few hundred views. The daily streams are starting to slowly but surely grow. Like last week when we had, Lime IPO and Fed Chair Warsh was speaking live. That had 5,700 views. Today, 4,700 views. So we're getting like one of those a week where we're getting a lot of views. And then just your normal run-of-the-mill daily views, where we're going live, getting more and more and more there. As in, like I was saying, of course, we're getting the big ones. So you're getting those big ones, 4,700, 5,700. But then just your normal average run-of-the-mill normal stream. Like yesterday, almost 700 views. Day before that, 750, right? Where when I first was, it was like 400 maybe views, maybe 500 views. So we're slowly but surely getting there. Even the subs, I just noticed today we're up to 15,100 subs, where last week we were at 14.8. So 300 subs in the matter of just a few days. Because last time I looked which was no more than a week ago. It was somewhere around a week ago I looked and we're at 14.8. And then so just like that, we're up to 15-1. So that's pretty sweet. All right, I'm gonna get some stuff done here. I could sit here and yap it up all damn day long. Here's the music though again. On Friday will probably be this Friday. I'll be free. Free Friday, the usual. We're about right at the opening bell, somewhere right around there. I have to do anyway. So look for my live stream on Friday. Friday will be probably public free from the get go. So pay attention to that, Jesse, and anyone else listening. Not hear his remarks in Turkey. I don't really follow Trump a lot. I only hear what Trump says if it has something to, like, it makes the market move. I don't really ever follow him that much, or the stuff that he says or talk. I never have with political. I'm just not a political person. I'm very much a, well, you know me. You know who I am. Iran war is back. Oh, wow. I did see earlier today, I think because we were talking about that at the FOMC with the minutes, where he said something about the Iran deal's off or done, or it was a joke. Why am I even trying to make a deal with these idiots, essentially, so to speak? Me just putting maybe words in Trump's mouth, but essentially I'm sure that's what he was saying was, like, what's the point of this? Like, what is the deal? Like, he said crazy things about them. Not surprised. That's what he does. That's what the guy does, He's definitely a good shit stirrer. He likes to stir the shit. It's not what I like to do. I want to get the shit figured out. Let's resolve it. Let's move on. Anyway, it's the world we live in anymore. It's not the good old Bush and Clinton days. I think Obama kept it pretty chill, to be honest, and then since then, but yeah, I mean, social media, the world we live in anymore, right? It's just a completely different thing. Oh, yeah, right. I just let him do his thing. I mean, it's just a different world we live in. It's just, it's crazy. I don't know. The only thing I worry about is, honestly, which I think God will not be living, because it may not be a good thing, but what is the world like in 30 to 40 years from now? Well, I'll be around then, but I'll be about done living. But, what's it like in 30 to 40 years from now? Like, if we're already getting to where we're at now with politics, I can't imagine who is a president in 40 years from now. And to me, it's going to get, it seems like it's going to get less and less about how long you've been in politics, and someone that, knows what maybe they're doing, and get more of a person that's more of, like, you see the business person side of things. And they're like, we don't care that you've been in politics and serving the Senate for, and all that kind of shit. I think that's going to start going out the window. It really just needs to go to who we think is going to do best, right? It needs to stop. I want to stop with the whole, you're left, you're right. Like, who cares? Like, can we not just find like an agenda that we all agree on, or at least most of us? That's what I want. I want to agree with somebody or something. It's like, we think about sports. When your team's doing shitty, you talk shit about your team. Oh, this fucking coach, like when the Arkansas Razorbacks hired all the stupid coaches we've hired the last few years, and I think we may have hired another football-wise, Arkansas Razorbacks. Thank gosh we have Coach Cal, and before that, Coach Musselman, right? So our basketball team is on fire. We got the right coaches. Look what happens when you get the right coach. We fucking win, and win a lot. You get wrong coaches, you're like my dad. He was a morning show host on radio. That's obviously, the album's behind me. Anyway, it was a call-in driven show, and it would be a lot of the time, just, oh, they fucking don't know what they're doing, and all this, that, and the other, and if they just run the ball more, what are they doing, not giving him the, that kind of run-of-the-mill thing. You bitch when your team doesn't do it. But when you're doing good, you're like, Michael Jordan, I ain't complaining about shit. John Elway, Terrell Davis, let's go Bronco. There's not a lot to complain about. Anyway, I think that's, the world. I wish it would get to that, right? Jesse, did you hear what he said about the soccer team? No, I did not. What did he say? He's like, I know everything about sports. I played sports. He did. He said that. And then the next breath, no lie, with a straight face, I just heard about a red card, and I was. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Yeah, I would. I would love to see him shoot a basketball or throw out the first pitch, to like a baseball game, and how close he would have to get. Oh man, capitalism crisis. Okay, that's why we're seeing all this. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's gotten out of control. I mean, I was just talking about that earlier. Like I saw a commercial for McDonald's, and it was their McChicken meal deal, $8. One was $7, and one's like have a $7 and $8 and a $9 one. I was like, $8. That's a deal. $8 for a McChicken sandwich and fries and a drink. That shit should still be like $4. No more than $4. I ain't paying no more $4 for a McChicken, some fries, and a drink. You kidding me? You can charge me how much for a Coke these days? $8. I'll go get a 2-liter, and it's still at the grocery store. We don't have to go through the whole ringer of things. Just anyway, yeah, it's nuts what and I don't know. I'm not gonna get into it, but yeah, it's taken off in a bad way. The fact that you have to have, and like when you see how many posts, I see this all the time. You have to make a single person blah 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 without and they always say without kids, so I can't imagine with kids. Has to make X amount of money to be, I'm like, that's just crazy. We're used to 50K, you'd be good. 100K, you're killing it. Like just say Arkansas, especially. If you made over 100K in Arkansas, it's just like you're banking. You're banking. You make 250K, you're killing it. You make $500,000 a year in Arkansas, you're essentially a millionaire if you make $500,000 a year in Arkansas, right? You essentially might just call yourself a millionaire. Like, well, I made $1 million in the last 2 years, right? How far my money goes here, but yeah. Now, it makes me want to wring someone's neck out. That's hilarious. So yeah, I cannot believe you said that about soccer though. I would love. Yeah. He says some off the wall shit. I'm like, yeah, okay, okay. What is a safety in football? And then say there, and then I'll say there are two meanings. There are two meanings. If I say, hey, safety, what does that mean in football? Well, 2 points. You sack whatever it might be, right? Where the defense does something to the offense and they get 2 points. Sack the quarterback in the end zone, right? Right, there's 2 points safety. Or the position, free safety, strong safety. He would have no idea. I would love to just ask him, what are the two meanings to the word safety when it comes to the sport of football? That's what happens when all you're rich in your life and you don't have to face it. Oh, yeah, for sure, yeah. Okay, I beg you, find the video of him saying it and watch it. I'll pull it up for sure. See him. I'll do it when I'm on the Peloton later so I can get a good laugh while I'm on the Peloton. I like keep myself busy because then I'm like watching stuff when I'm on the Peloton. I'm not a big biker. I've noticed my legs. I love biking. Now in the end, I'm like, man, my legs, because I always had kind of chickeny legs and my legs have bulked up. I'm like, oh, okay, I like biking. Of course, all the calories you burn, it's good for your, anyway. So I hate after like 20 minutes usually if I don't. Sometimes it has to be driven by one of like the girls on there. Oh yeah, you can do it. I'm like, yeah, you're pretty. I'll watch you. Or I like keeping myself busy and watching stuff like that because time flies by a lot faster. And I'm like, oh shit, I've been on here for how long? So that's when I usually watch stuff and catch up on social media and do the scroll and all that shit. See, any player that got the red card, he got FIFA to overturn and Belgium beat us. Yeah, 4-1. The player is birthright now. Yeah, he's like, yeah, it's so funny. Yeah, no, that to me was just. And as soon as that happened on Monday, I was like, I literally was kind of, or was it Sunday? Whenever they overturned, maybe it was Sunday. I think it was Sunday. Anyway, whenever they overturned it, I was like, no. I wasn't happy about it because I figured this was what was going to happen. Like, Belgium's going to be pissed as fuck. They're going to come out and play their best fucking match, and that means now we have to play our best match to even be in the game. Like, this is not good for us. We needed them to be like, yeah, cool, red card, now they're one of their best players is out. We got this. And then for them to play more of a lackadaisical, lazy game match because, they're under man. There's no way they're going to beat us now. As soon as they did that, we lost. As soon as we got our dude back, we lost. Oh, man. No, every night the reporter says, what is your favorite verse? He was like, I can't share that. It's too private. Yeah, right, exactly. Because he doesn't know the favorite. He doesn't have a favorite verse. He doesn't know a verse in the Bible. He would be like, quote something from Anchorman. Quote something from Old School. Quote something from Talladega Nights, Quote something from Ron Burgundy. I would just love to hear, like, just to see if he would make up something. Oh, man. Oh man, yeah. Listen, I don't listen. You want comedy? This is all I've got to do for comedy, brother. He's too much for me. I can't stand liars. I can't. So I don't like him. I'll never like him. I don't think he's that funny. Just because I don't like liars, like people that just completely make up story after story, or one-uppers. He's definitely a one-upper. Where I'm like, yeah, I shot 52 yesterday. That's 20 under fucking par. He'd be like, yeah, well, I shot. I'm like, oh my god, I don't care what you shot, guy. I really don't. Wasn't even talking to you actually. Okay, where is this at? This is like one of the funniest things ever. Here's this one. This is just absolutely. Oh, please tell me it's not that one, and maybe it's this one then. Okay, the one of them's not available, but this one still is. This has got to be one of the funniest things. Hopefully you watch the rest of it.
T, Stevie Ray, you hurt my brother. You put him in the hospital, and I had to go to parts unknown and find a new partner. Well, I found that partner. It's methodical. Come on in here, boy. Tell him what we're going to do to Stevie Ray and Booker T. You know what? We're going to take you out before you even get to the ring. We're going to go out drinking, partying, getting up and having all fun with all the hot ladies. Fuck you women. Oh, yeah. Going. Plenty of fucking going on tonight. And guess what? We're going to screw you over. We're going to give you the all.
Because here's my thing. You know he was going to show this off to all his friends, family, his mom, his dad, his girlfriend, whoever he has one. And then as soon as Scott Steiner comes in,
look nasty ass fun with all the hot ladies. Fuck.
Look at his face. He was like, you dropped the F-bomb. No.
Fuck you women. Oh.
And look, he's like, oh. So now he's going full pitch.
Yeah. Going. Plenty.
Look, you can tell he's like, like right there, that little tick he had right there.
Yeah, fucking going on tonight. And guess what? We're going to screw you over. We're going to give you all the.
You ready? Watch. Wait, what's next?
Nasty ass leftovers. And then what we're going to do? We're going to fuck the women again. We're going to fuck them again. But guess what? All those nasty women, we just gave you a bunch of STDs. So you're so weak, we're going to just beat your ass in the ring.
Look at his face. Scott Steiner's like, we're giving them STDs now? Hold on. Look at Scott Steiner's. He's literally
break
like,
your legs.
What?
Count.
Look at it. Let's go back.
One,
here.
2, 3.
There we go. Why can't I go back here? Come on and scroll back already. Come on and scroll back already here. Come on. Why does it not let me do it? There we go. There we go.
Look all those nasty women, we just gave you a bunch of STDs. So you're so weak, we're going to just beat your ass.
What?
Ass in the ring, break your legs, count 1, 2, 3. And this is for you, Rick. We're going to bury him.
We're going to bury him. We're killing people now? Well, look, and Scott's still stuck on the STDs. He has not even heard another word he said.
You got STDs?
As if this is really going to happen. As if they're really going to go out and have fun and fuck all the ladies.
Oh, hell, not me. I'm going to give them that. They have STDs. Bro.
And Scott, he got so, he didn't really realize if he listened to him, if he listened to it correctly, like I did, no, Scott, we're going to give them the girls with the STDs. I know I worded it wrong, but.
Yeah, but if you got STDs, you got to give it to them. No. You can't not have STDs and not give it to them. Well, no, no. You just tell me what girls you're fucking, and I'll stay away from them.
Tell me what you're fucking. He's so caught up on the STDs.
We fucked the pretty ones. They fucked the ugly ones. Remember? The ugly ones have
Remember, as if they've drawn this out and concluded that this is a plan, and we're gonna get this plan to full fruition.
Okay. So you're cool. All right. Yeah, we're all good. Booker T, Stevie Ray, you guys are going down.
I'll never forget, we're scrolling through TikTok one night and it came across this. Thank God Avery was out of town. I'm like foot stomping the mattress. I watched it probably I'm crying. I am dead ass. It's full tears. 20 times in watching it over and over and over. It was absolutely hilarious there. So yeah, you did hear that, right?
Yeah. Ready?
Oh man. This is hilarious. Yeah, this was one of the funniest ones though. This was great. This was great. What are you saying here, Pete Hegseth? Quoted Pulp Fiction, the admission is going to kill me. They're unreal. Yeah. Hey, it's the world we live in now. That's why I like watching this stuff.
Harlem Heat, Booker T, Stevie Ray, you hurt my brother. You put him in the hospital, and I had to go to parts unknown and find a new partner. Well, I found that partner. It's methodical. Come on in here, boy. Tell them what we're going to do to Stevie Ray and Booker T. You know what? We're going to take you out before you even get to the ring. We're going to go out drinking, partying.
He's so big, too. I love how the camera guy's got to, like, literally zoom over.
Before you even get to the ring. We're going to go out drinking, partying, getting up and having all fun with all the hot ladies. Fuck you women. Oh!
Scott, did you have to mess it up for the poor guy and just throw that fuck you women in there?
Yeah, going. Plenty of fucking going on tonight. And guess what? We're going to screw you over. We're going to give you all the nasty-ass leftovers. And they're going to... Then what we're going to do? We're going to fuck the women again. We're going to fuck them again.
Look out to the right. He is literally like this promo. I'll never even show this to the face of life.
But guess what? All those nasty women, we just gave you a bunch of STDs, so you're so weak, we're going to just beat your ass in the ring, break your legs, count 1, 2, 3, and this is for you, Rick.
We'll bury him.
We're going to bury him.
What,
you got STDs? Oh, hell, not me. I'm going to give them that. They have STDs, remember? Yeah, but if you got STDs, you got to give it to them. No, you can't have STDs and not give it to them. Well, no, you just tell them what could...
It's a little like an old school movie moment or something, like something that they would literally script out that was not even scripted, that literally came to, like... Oh, man. That right there, that's what gets me going. There's another one I had on there that unfortunately I don't have anymore. That was hilarious. I showed off back in the day. That was absolutely so funny. But yeah, that was one of the last times I laughed that hard, was whatever night that was back in sometime in 2024. Oh, I hadn't cried like that in years laughing. So that's the good stuff. But yeah, man, it's good stuff. The good thing is you got to find that in life, right? Find the goods, find the happiness, find stuff that makes you laugh. Just move on with it, you know. Love you, brother. I'll see you on Friday. Free live stream on Friday. After hours are a little slower about like the market today, and I think it's going to be that way tomorrow. Slow pre-markets for the most part, slower market, in market as well. Probably that way, maybe even into Friday possibly. So that's just me. Usually when I've seen this in the past, we're slowly but surely slowing down into that. So, and if it is what it is, I mean, we've had a lot of spikes over the past few months. So you can't always have it super hot, essentially. See you guys tomorrow.
pump up.
trigger above that, right? Because it's a